Hey, everybody. So, we're talking about the lymphatic system, and it's something that we've talked about quite substantially, like over the last few years. I always feel that it's a very important part of dealing with most health issues. If you look at any sort of health issue, one of the contributing factors is usually poor lymphatic movement. You know, it's our ability to detoxify. Lymphatic system also helps to maintain fluid balance in the body. It helps to fight off disease and infection, um, like viruses, bacteria, fungi, all those different aspects. And just even chronic health issues. Like a lot of times, there's a significant lymphatic deficiency. It's the system is um, easily compromised, let's say, right? And then also it helps to move and process like fats in the body and get it to the bloodstream. And so basically absorbing dietary fats. So the thing is that so many ways there are so many ways that the lymphatic system can be compromised. And so the idea of today was to really let go. If I want to do maintenance, if I want to do a little tune up, if I want to do a daily practice, what are just the quick things to help go through and improve lymphatic system without having to spend a tremendous amount of time uh, trying to pump up my lymphatic function. Like what are just the key things to like get in there and just, if I have 45 minutes in the evening or a half hour, what can I do? Rather than I'm gonna spend Sunday pumping up my lymphatic system. Let's just like get right to the heart of the matter, right? So the very first thing we want to do with the lymphatic system is hydration. The thing that we're going to address right off the bat is hydration. And sometimes just because we're taking in water doesn't mean that we're not dehydrated. Our body has to kind of go through these like processes to be able to utilize the water. Sometimes water is just passing right through us and the body's not utilizing it. And so one of the best oils for this is Schizandra. Schizandra really helps the body utilize water and it helps to hydrate the body. Also lemon, but we have some other choices here. Lemon, lime, Schizandra, cypress, and bitter orange. And the blend green healer also has an impact on helping the body to like hydrate. Now, both lemon and Shazandra you could take internally. Like Shazandra is one of the things that I use, like when somebody needs to increase moisture in the mucous membranes, for example, like be it the digestive tract, the respiratory tract, be in the sinuses, or even the eyes. I usually have them take Shazandra internally, because it will help to moisten the mucous membranes, right? Um, I used to live in an area where sometimes the air would be very, very dry and people would have the tendency to get bloody noses. And, they would try all different things and I would just start taking Shazandra a couple of times a day. And within a day or two, no more bloody noses because part of the bloody nose was the mucous membranes were dry and then the little capillaries and things would break and then they would start to have bloody noses. So the more that we're hydrated, the easier that lymph moves, right? When we're not very hydrated, the blood and the lymph becomes like thick and viscous. Like it's like trying to move molasses or it's like trying to move like motor oil or something, it's just not flowing very easily. And so, you know, there's always the talk of like, you got to take in so much water, and we don't want to overhydrate, but we also don't want to underhydrate. But just because we're getting in enough water doesn't mean that our body's necessarily utilizing it. right? So this approach here, besides taking Shazandra or lemon, you can actually put lime in that. Lemon, lime, or Shazandra internally will also help with hydration. But here we're going to do a breathing process. We're going to follow a pattern to go through and help the body hydrate. So the idea being that, say you only have like 10 minutes at the end of the day, or you only want to do something for 10 minutes. You don't want to sit and be doing something for an hour or something. You're like, just 10 minutes. I mean, this is going to help with, not just hydrating so your lymphatic system is working better. It helps all the mucous membranes, it helps the skin, it helps, so many things because of the hydration. When your body is drying out, collagen breaks down, your body basically ages faster, right? And so you're more prone to like infection, you're more prone to inflammation, you're more prone to injury, in situations where you have connective tissue issues, or like say you have a torn like tendon or a bit of tendonitis. Sometimes part of the issue and why it's not getting better is actually hydration. The more that you hydrate the body, the easier it is for the body to deal with those pieces of connective tissue that are compromised. If there's a torn tendon or a torn ligament, one of the things that I give people is Shazandra, because of the hydration and what it does. It actually helps to build new tissue, like it helps to build new tendon and ligament, right? So again, your choices: lemon, lime, Shazandra, cypress, bitter orange, or you can use green healer. And let's go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your jaws where they hinge in front of the ear, like right in front of the ear. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen, your front solar plexus. The back solar plexus, that mid back area, that area below your shoulder blades, your mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, your awareness is on the spleen, your left hand side of your body below the ribs. Your spleen, left hand side of your body below the ribs. Then the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the sex chakra where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. from the bottom of the tailbone. And you're pausing and you're being still. Just pause and be still. You're just being still for a moment. Just let it incubate. Some of the issues that happens with poor hydration is, for one, your body's more prone to inflammation. Um, your body can be more prone to fatigue, like the body gets like more tired. Um, and sometimes it will actually impact the immune system when we talk about like a hypervigilant immune response or an autoimmune response. It's not necessarily caused by poor hydration, but poor hydration will magnify it or be one of the signs or symptoms of a hypervigilant or an autoimmune type response. And so, we can have these like low grade markers for autoimmune issues that it's not really an autoimmune disease, but we start to have markers. And, if we're looking at hydration, are the eyes dry? Is the nose, am I getting nosebleeds? Is my mouth dry? Is my skin kind of dry? And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have dry skin. It's like, oh, I have one of these things, but it just usually means like poor hydration, you know. Um, Another byproduct, this is one that it can be easily overlooked, is like a dry cough. Like you have a cough, but it's not because you're trying to get mucus out of your lungs, or, you know, we can get like these like stress coughs, like um, you know, it could also be tied to the digestive system where you have a little cough. But like you can get these like little dry coughs that really are a byproduct of nothing. Still could be spasms in the neck. I mean, there could be a lot of reasons why. But if you have a dry cough that doesn't really seem to have a reason and it's not resolved, it actually can be that the system's not hydrated enough, like you're having poor hydration. And so just like your nose can have like nosebleeds, like the bronchioles and the lungs, are trying to regulate something. We'd cough to try to get mucus out, or we'd try to get foreign matter out, or whatever it is. Your body kind of keeps getting this message like something's wrong, and so the body will just start like having this little low grade kind of dry cough. Sometimes people will think, well, maybe I smoked cigarettes 30 years ago, so maybe I have a smoker's cough or something like that. And okay, you did that, but all these years later, it's probably not that. You'd have it while you were smoking. And so um, poor hydration can sneak up on you, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And we don't always go, I'm kind of thirsty. I think I'm dehydrated. It can be a byproduct of conditions going on in the body, or your body might need more fluid than normal, or it's not utilizing the fluid that's coming in. So you can go through and look for some of these markers, and if these markers are there, then you go like, oh, poor hydration. Uh, there is actually some autoimmune issues. One is called Sjogren's syndrome. They used to just call it Sjogren's, but over the years, they catch it much earlier. And so now it's just Sjogren's syndrome. But in the old days, it used to be bad because you wouldn't catch it until the very end, right? But it basically is just all your mucous membranes are drying out because of an autoimmune issue. And so, you know, you just do things to reduce inflammation, you increase hydration, and a lot of times it will resolve itself. But you still kind of want to go through and look at like what other things do I have? And if it's just like one or two, no big deal, just hydrate. If it's more, then you go, okay, maybe I need to start doing some anti-inflammatories. Maybe I need to regulate the immune response and deal with, hypervigilant immune reactions and things like that. So we're going to do this again, but I would say hydration is an easy one to overlook where you go, I drink plenty of water. It's not about always how much you drink. It's about where your body is at. And so just drinking more fluid doesn't always resolve the issue. So sometimes you need a little extra help being pushed in that area, right? So let's go ahead and, um, before I move on, Cyprus I find is very interesting because Cypress can help with moving accumulations in the body, which is like, areas where the lymph is stagnant. But Cypress doesn't necessarily help you hydrate the way Shazandra does or the way that like lemon and lime do. But the thing that Cypress does is it keeps your body from letting go of like fluid. Like, like if you had uh like diarrhea, for example, you're losing too much fluid, and so the use of cypress helps the body hold on to some of the fluid so you're not as dehydrated as you could be, right? And so the same with like vomiting or something like that. um, It just helps you from losing too much fluid. It slows it down and makes your body hold on to the fluid longer. And it doesn't necessarily cause like edema or swelling. It's not like, oh, I'm not peeing anymore. Or it's just, it still kind of has a regulating effect. Like if your body has too much, it also, cypress could be helpful for that as well. Like if you're starting to have edema and fluid retention and things like that, it just helps to regulate the body's ability with maintaining fluid balance, right? If it's excess or not too much, like, you're letting too much fluid go or you have too much fluid, cypress can have a regulating effect on that, right? So anyway, let's go ahead again, and your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Mhm. Plus, it smells yummy, huh? I love the way it smells. Mhm. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. So, keep inhaling, but I'm going to share a little thing with my journey. So, at one point, uh, you should drink so much fluid a day. There's always different people who think different. different things, different numbers. You should drink this much, you should drink that much. Well, I went through this period where I was like, I want my body to detoxify. I want to really support the lymphatic system. And I was drinking a lot of fluid, a lot of fluid. And yeah, I was probably drinking a tad too much, just was drinking a lot of fluid. And what happened was I actually developed a salt deficiency because I flushed out so much of the salt and took in too much fluid. And so you don't want to just go, I need fluid, and just start keep pounding and pounding and pounding. Don't pull a Greg. Whatever you do, don't pull a Greg. Like, so it's more about utilizing what's there, not just trying to super hydrate. And I was doing it for, like pain and for the connective tissue and things like that. But it ended up causing a problem. And so I can literally say lesson learned. Your awareness is on the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ear. And then the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area. And then the spleen, left hand side of your body below your ribs. Left hand side of your body below your ribs. Your awareness is on the Ming Men, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the backside of the navel. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Then the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. If you're doing this like as a daily practice or when you feel you need to tune up, at least twice, but probably 2 to 3 times. We're sitting here talking and doing, you know, explanations and everything. You probably could fire through doing this 3 times in about 30 minutes. We're doing a little bit longer, slower version of it and chatting and everything, but probably about 30 minutes, 40 minutes tops, you could have it all done. Um, let's do it one more time and then we'll talk about it. So you're letting everything go just for a moment. You're letting it process. Again, you're inhaling, your awareness is on your throat. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breath. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears, the jaw minors. And then the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. your back solar plexus, your mid back area, the area below your shoulder blades. The spleen. Your awareness is on the spleen, left hand side of your body, below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side of the body, below the ribs. The low back, the backside of the navel. It's okay. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Hey, let's go ahead and do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. How do you feel?
Hey Greg, it's Robin.
Hey, hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm really good with those Hawaiian oils. Thank you.
You're
I
so
think they're going to be a big hit over here. I have a question about like salt and the element, the all the stuff that's out right now to hydrate, to use for hydration, to put into your water. If you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think some of that is like what is it, like electrolytes and things like that. I mean, I think that stuff's probably good. The idea, I mean, at least the way I understand it, is like having some of the electrolytes and the minerals and things would help with the fluid balance, and so would help your body like to hold on to it a little bit longer. And so, for me, I take like electrolytes separately. But I mean, I don't see that there's a difference between having it in the water itself versus the capsules. I always want to make sure I get a certain amount in all the time just because of like past issues and things. And so, I take magnesium every day and I take electrolytes and things like that. And so, uh, I think it can be helpful. I think it's like a good thing. I mean, even when I was having the uh, salt deficiency, one of the doctors, he was cracking me up. He was like, "Yeah, don't just drink water. Like, have stuff in it, like electrolytes, or And then he was telling me to like add more salt to my diet, and I was like, "Done. That's an easy one to do." And so I think it's helpful. Yeah.
Well, what's the difference? Like every morning I have water with, like either lemon or lime. What's the difference between the essential oil dropping the lemon, a few drops of lemon
Just a little
oil?
bit of potency. Like the lemon, like I would say, like if you just always are adding lemon to your water, you're good. The lemon oil is just a little bit more potent, but I would say that like the squeeze of lemon is probably more flavorful. And so like just keep doing through the day, and I think that's good. It's like if you figure like a couple of drops of the lemon oil is probably like putting two or three lemons in your water.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. This
You're
is
so
really
welcome.
great.
There's also that, I'm sure they still make it, but like in the grocery store, there's that green bottle that's like lemon juice. They actually like squeeze the lemon and they do put lemon oil in that, if I remember right. And so a lot of times you could put like a little, like, tablespoon or teaspoon maybe, teaspoon or half teaspoon in your water. And, it's a way to get like more lemon than normal. The other thing that's really good about lemon is it helps to balance out the minerals in your body. And if you have mineral deficiencies, it helps your body raise the serum levels of the different uh, mineral deficiencies in the body. Yeah,
And we could just go back to it's delicious.
right. Plus, it's just,
Someone shared the last one made everything very, very quiet.
mhm.
It's lovely.
So like here's the thing, like if that brings up a very good point. Somebody's saying that it made everything quiet. So when you're not hydrated, right? Your blood gets thicker, but also your lymph gets thicker. And when your lymph doesn't move quite like it should, one of the byproducts is that it overstimulates the sensory nerves. So then when your sensory nerves are firing instead of like, a certain, say 100 times a minute, I'm just making a number up. It starts to do 500 or 1,000 times a minute. And so, for one, it makes the body more sensitive. It can aggravate pain and inflammation, but also it will overstimulate the brain and eventually cause brain fatigue because the brain is having to process so much more information, neurological information. And so, what happens is the brain gets fatigued. And so you see conditions that are associated with brain fatigue, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia. Some of those are a lymphatic issue, as well as some other things, but a big part of it is a lymphatic issue. And, part of the issue is hydration.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. Is it better to choose one between Shazandra and lemon or rotate on different
You,
days?
you could,
Or
yeah,
could you
I
do
totally
both of
would.
them?
I would say rotate them, like especially if you're really trying to hydrate. Or you can do them both in the same day. Lemon and Shazendra you probably could take together. Like a lot of times, I like to keep them separate just because I want the properties of each one, and you mix them, and sometimes it starts to do something a little different. But with those two, you probably could mix those actually probably easily, and I don't know that there would be an issue. But although I still take them separately. Like, my kind of go-to for this is Shazandra. Like, I think Shazandra is um, like Shazandra for me is a little bit more like the Marines hitting the beach. Like they're going to take care of business like really quick. And then lemon is like something that's like more of a long term, like don't really have a lot of big problems. Even if you had some problems, lemon would help, but lemon would help kind of slowly. But lemon's really good for maintenance. Like lemon's really good for like maintaining something. And even if you look at the idea of like vagal tone and everything, lemon also helps to improve vagal tone, but like a little bit. Like it doesn't really help like enough to where I go, oh, you could use lemon. It's like it's too slow. It will help you maintain vagal tone, but as far as like you're not in vagal tone or you don't have great vagal tone and you go, what do I go to? What are my choices? I wouldn't use lemon just because it would take you a long time to get there. Where, when we want a result, we want it kind of quick. Shazandra would give you like a quick result, like if especially if you're really trying to treat dryness in particular areas. But if you're already there, or you just maybe have a little bit of an issue, lemon could work wonderfully. And lemon does so many things. Very good for the liver. I mean, it's just good for. I mean, the list is like this, but it doesn't do it quickly. Like that's the thing. Lemon is really meant to be like a long-term treatment for something versus trying to eradicate something very quickly.
Got it. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And the person who shared about the like everything getting really quiet, they said that makes so much sense about the brain fatigue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And again, even when because we've done like little 1 day things about brain fatigue, I really didn't address the hydration issue just because that opens up a whole nother ball of wax where then you're really starting to deal with the lymphatic system. And like that would have been a whole thing where we would have had to spend a day just on one segment. And so, but all the systems kind of interact with each other. And the lymphatic system, it's part of the cardiovascular system and it's part of the immune system. And the other thing that I would say, it also helps to deliver some hormones to certain areas of the body. And so you could even say it's part of the endocrine system. And, here we're talking about how stagnation or like a sluggishness within the lymphatic system can overstimulate the sensory nerves of the body. Here it's impacting the nervous system. And so, anytime you have like a hypersensitivity or an overstimulation of sensory nerves, we go through and we calm things down, but at the same time, a deeper dive on it can sometimes be like, okay, we gotta hydrate the body a little bit more so that can kind of self-regulate. Now, the issue with the hyper reactivity in the sensory nerves is there also is other reasons why it can happen. Like it's not just like I have that, so I must have poor hydration. So it's not always like just because of that. Like if you've had traumatic events or you've been in like dysregulation for a period of time, poor vagal tone, dysregulation. There could be that potential, which could also cause lymphatic issues. But like sometimes it's more about the nervous system than it is about the lymphatic system. But like whenever somebody talks about brain fatigue or um, like a sensitivity in the body, sensitivity to things in the outside world, light, sound, things like that. It's always like hydration is one of the things that I go, is it like a hydration issue? Is that a lymphatic issue? Is it, I start going down the rabbit hole. And so, if you even think about, you, if you even think about allergies, like allergies are a hypersensitivity or a hyperreaction to outside stimuli as well. Air quality, pollen, grasses, molds, whatever it is. And so again, calming down the nerves and in this situation the immune system becomes like key. And one of the things that we talk about using for like allergies is quercetin. And so quercetin is made from like the peels of citruses, like lemon and other things. And again, it's the same idea. Like even the use of quercetin can help with hydrating the body, stabilizing the collagen, calming down sensory nerves. Even quercetin can help reduce the stress response in the body. But again, just like lemon, it's slow. Like it does it, but it's a little bit more specific to like allergies and things. But if you wanted to say like, hey, I want to improve vagal tone and decrease my stress response. And like that was just the parameters. Quercetin would do it. It would just do it really slowly. Like, it would over a period of time increase vagal tone and it would decrease the stress response. But it would take months of treatment, But yeah.
How many times a day can we take Shazandra internally?
Oh, I'd say like 3 or 4 if you wanted. Most times I tell people like once a day. Sometimes if they have like bad issue, a little bit of bad issue, twice a day. But if you're really needing to hydrate or you're really having serious issues, you could do, a couple of drops 3, 4 times a day quite easily. In Chinese medicine, for example, they do a thing every springtime. They take a crazy amount of Shazandra every day for like it's like 60 days or 90 days or something, and it's to flush out the mucous membranes, because if you're hydrating all the mucous membranes, all the stuff from winter time, the mucus and everything can get dry and kind of caked on the different areas of mucous membrane. So the idea being that you kind of from the inside out flush that stuff out. I've tried to do the recommended dosage a few times of the Shazandra. I didn't do it with oils. I was trying to do it with the herb itself. I couldn't even get to half the dosage. Like it was just too intense. But Shazandra is something that you could take long term. You could take a pretty decent sized dosage of. And, if you decided, hey, I'm going to start taking Shazandra right now, you could take it for the rest of your life. It's considered like a tonic herb. In Chinese medicine, it has all the five tastes. So it's a very good substance that is very balancing to the body.
Can I still take my lemon if it's several years old?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
I have the lymphatic blend oil. How would Greg recommend using it? In place of the single oils, in addition to single
We're
oils?
going to use the lymphatic blend a little bit later in the day. Like right now, we're talking about hydration, but we'll use the lymphatic blend towards the end of the day today.
I've heard that chia seeds help the body stay hydrated. Does Greg have any thoughts about that?
I don't know enough about chia seeds other than they're delicious, but other than that, I haven't done a deep dive on chia seeds. I mean, I know there's all kinds of therapeutic properties to them. It's not been a thing that it's on my list of to-dos. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me though. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, because even if you think when you sprout them in your water, it's very mucilaginous.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Good
Yeah.
shares and questions, guys.
Okay, so how about we take a break? We'll come back at 5 till, and we're going to talk about the breath. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're going to work on the breath. Now, the thing with the lymphatic system is it doesn't really have its own pump. It doesn't have a way to move the lymph through the body on its own. It outsources. It depends on other things. Movement in the body, the contraction and relaxation of muscle. But a big factor is the breath. The more we're able to take long, slow, deep breaths, the more we're going to move lymph throughout the body. So when we have short, rapid breathing, which happens a lot of times with stress and dysregulation, poor vagal tone, basically life happening, lymph starts to get very sluggish in the body and doesn't really move and circulate. It doesn't do the things that it should do. It doesn't help fight off infection as much. It doesn't help absorb our food as well, the fats from our food. Um, we want to be able to detoxify. And if we're not able to move the lymph, then things are thrown off. And keep in mind that the lymphatic system is also a delivery system for certain kinds of hormones. And so we want to deepen the breath. So you have choices: larch, hyssop, sitka, anula, amivasnaga, some form of myrtle, frankincense, palo santo, hoe wood, Borneo, and then the blends bronchioles, core breath, or pulmonary stress support, which is out of the ORIC programming class. So if you got the kit for purchase, it's large. Okay, so one of the things that we're wanting to do is, if we are having a short, rapid breath, if we're breathing in a very short, rapid way, right? Um, then part of what is also going on is our body's in a stress state. Like, we're already in a place of poor vagal tone, and we're in a place of dysregulation, or at least a stress response, right? So one of the things that I like to do right off the bat is to practice the body awareness, body listening. So you're just going to sit, you're not inhaling yet, and you're just going to observe your body. And even just the observation becomes therapeutic. You're going, okay, how does my head feel? How does my neck feel? How does my shoulders, my back, my abdomen, my legs, my hamstrings, my feet? Okay. And now, out of all of those, where do I feel some tension? Where do I feel some weirdness? Something heavy, something agitated, something tight, some sort of agitation. And whatever that is, you're observing that area. You're not trying to fix it. You're not trying to relax it. You're just observing it. And in the observation, we switch out of a stress response and we move into vagal tone. The stress response is like, gotta fix it, gotta make it go away, gotta maintain it, gotta do this, gotta do that. And you're just going, nice baby, good baby, just relax. You're just trying to like go to the point of agitation and go, I'm not going to be stressed as I look in the face of whatever's going on. And once you've found that area in your body, you're observing, and whatever oil you chose for this, begin inhaling, keeping your awareness on that area of your body. Hey, we're letting that go. We're still inhaling now, but our awareness is between the eyebrows, the ajna. This will impact the sinuses. And then your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your throat is affecting the bronchioles. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck, still impacting the bronchioles. Now the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades on your upper back. Your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Your awareness is still on your lungs. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area, the area below the shoulder blades. And then the last little piece is your spine, your whole spine, from the base of your skull down to your tailbone, your whole spine. Okay, let's let that go for a second. All right, let's just talk this out a little bit. Okay, so for one, body listening, you're shifting from stress state or dysregulated state, and through observation, first you're observing and you're evaluating your body. That right there is not the way we act or behave with stress thinking. Stress thinking, we're trying to survive, we're trying to deal with some outside world. So here we're manually going, let's check in. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Where's your body? Right? How's your body feeling? So from there, you're already starting to shift more into vagal tone, right? You're shifting into observation, you're shifting into rest and repair, right? So like I'll give an example. Like say you were doing something and you got injured, right? Like, you got into a car accident or you tripped and fell and you fell down and you just happened to be right in front of an ambulance or EMT, right? The first thing they're going to do is they're going to tell you, okay, stop, take a few long, slow, deep breaths and evaluate your body. What do you feel? Right? Because we're in a stress state when we're like that. We're like, something's going on. Someone's going to do this. I got to do. You're wound up. You're in survival mode. So you go, okay, take a few long, slow, deep breaths, and then I evaluate the body, right? And then all of a sudden you're like, I don't feel good. Like I bruised my knee. I hit my head. I did this. I did that. And so a lot of times, like say, even if it's a little simple, like, oh, I rolled my ankle a little bit and sprained my ankle. Like if you can sit and just go into body awareness, a lot of times the pain will go from an 8 to a 4. Because remember, pain is your body trying to let you know, hey, this is compromised. Don't do that anymore. So if you go, okay, I'm not going to do that anymore, then your body goes, okay, we'll calm down some of the pain sensation because we know you got this a little bit, right? So you're manually switching your body out of stress response into more of a vagal response or a rest and repair response. So just that initial act of, okay, how do I feel? Okay, now my shoulder is a little bit of a thing. Like there's some weird tension there, or there's some weird tension in my hamstrings, or wherever it is. Then I'm going to sit and observe that as you inhale. Now, the important thing here is when we're inhaling and we're using oils that like deepen the breath and loosen up the bronchioles, part of the issue when we're in a stress state is it does this like cascading effect through your physiology, right? And so one of the things that happens when we're in a stress state is the bronchioles, part of our respiratory tract, they'll constrict, right? And so with that, when we start to have constrictions in the bronchioles, our breath becomes short and rapid, right? You start breathing fast. You start breathing very rapidly. You're not taking long, slow, deep breaths. The body is trying to maintain the stress state because they think there is a threat or they think that there's a possibility of harm. So it's not like, oh, I'm emotionally or mentally upset about this. That has nothing to do with it. Is the body sees a threat. And so it goes, okay, we need to put the body in fight flight. So one of the ways that it does fight flight is short, rapid breathing. Okay, short, rapid breathing. That means everything goes on high alert. Like it is like a messaging system to the whole body. Like, okay, we're on red alert, right? So then the way that you take it out of red alert is you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths, right? You just keep taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you start looking for the areas where, oh, there's a little agitation there. So face that long, slow, deep breaths, right? So anytime that you are switching out of a stress state, a dysregulated state, and dysregulated state also means some state where there is lower emotion. Even when we shift out of it and we go, ah, I'm feeling better, there's still an imprint in your respiratory tract. There's still an imprint in the bronchioles. So every time we go, oh, like I've relaxed, you've relaxed, but it's I don't want to say it's temporary, but it's kind of temporary. Like you go, okay, until you shed the tension in the bronchioles, does it become like, okay, this is the new state, right? So even if you go, I'm relaxed, it might last a day, it might last 2 days, but that imprint is still on the respiratory tract, right? So until you match that in the respiratory tract, the potential for you to go there again becomes easier. So you could call this like a stress pattern, right? So the more you keep going, okay, I calmed everything down, now deepen the breath. Whatever it is, the more that you always keep coming back to the breath, the more that you'll shed the potential for being stressed out in the future, right? Because you're changing the imprint. You're changing how your body is reacting to these different situations. Even with pain, like if you deepen the breath, you start taking deeper breaths, you'll start to notice like my pain went from an 8 to a 6. Okay, now it's a 5. Okay, now it's a 4. Like it will keep going down. It might not completely go away, but the edge is coming off. And it's because you're shifting your body out of that stress state. So even when you do things to calm things down, even though, we do like herbs and oils and things to break out of these cycles, part of the cycle is what's happening with the breath. So if you were to have one thing where you go, okay, if I could have like a 15-minute practice at the end of the day to kind of help my overall stress levels or my body level or whatever it is, what could it be? The breath is a very good choice. There's other things too, but the breath is a very good choice, right? So now, if we're in a stress state, we're breathing short and rapid, which also means that your body is not moving lymph in the body like it should. Remember it's fighting infection, it's absorbing fats, it's detoxifying. If we're in a stress state, if we're dealing with a red alert on the outside world, those are not red alert things that need to be addressed. So your body goes, don't worry about that stuff right now. We'll deal with that later, right? We need to be on high alert for whatever is happening now because we're in a stress state, right? So the idea of maintaining body fluid balance in the body and the ability to fight off an infection and the ability to absorb fat and the ability to detoxify and move hormones in the body. In red alert, in stress mode, none of those are important, right? So your body is in a place where the lymphatic system in a stress state is not a priority, right? So we have to manually make ourselves go to a place where that becomes a priority. And not only does deepening the breath make your body go, oh, yeah, we should probably detoxify. We should probably balance the fluid in the body. Let's absorb some of those fats and everything that, we've been eating and whatever's been going on. And but you know what? We have a little time. Uh, let's do a little detoxification. You know, we have a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and pull that off, right? And so then your body is starting to function more long term rather than right here, right now. Gotta survive, gotta survive, gotta get through this moment, gotta get through this situation, whatever it is. Your body's starting to go, okay, long term, we need to do maintenance. Long term, we have to do a little repair work, right? In a stress state, none of that is important. But as we switch to vagal tone, the body starts going, let's take care of some of this machinery, right? And so it will help you to maintain not going into a stress state, and it will help move the lymph through the body. And if you do it consistently, you'll start to notice that you keep breaking out of levels of stress. Because, like right now, you go, yeah, I'm not that stressed. And you go through and you do some processes and you go, ooh, I'm relaxed. The stress level came down a little bit, right? For us to hold on to it, the respiratory tract has to be able to like shed that level of stress. And then we go, okay, I'm feeling pretty chill. I'm probably the most relaxed I've ever been. And then you do another process and you're like, ooh, I'm even more relaxed. Now I'm even more relaxed and I'm even less stressed out. So again, that pattern is still in the respiratory tract. So you have to peel that off a little bit, right? So like you go, man, my bronchioles are good, but they're good because they're matching the level of vagal tone that you're at. Like if you want deeper vagal tone, if you want deeper maintenance and repair mode in the body, you have to keep taking the body into deeper states, and it has to be reflected in the respiratory tract, right? That's why, like, a few years ago, I was like, and another thing about the respiratory tract, another thing about your diaphragm, another thing about deep breath, another thing about the bronchioles. Like, I was just like, I had to stop myself because I was like, it feels like that's all I ever talk about, like the lymphatic system and the breath. And so, if you think about like most spiritual practices, what do they do? They like activate the heart, but a lot of them are all about different kinds of breathing techniques or different kinds of breath. Even in deep like psychological work, they'll go, okay, take a deep breath, center yourself, you know, whatever it is. You're upset, somebody goes, okay, take a few deep breaths. It's the breath is really key to these deeper states of rest and repair, vagal tone, and processing. Because we don't process when we're on red alert. We process when we're doing long-term maintenance. Like when we're there, we can go, oh, okay, that situation was really upsetting. Let's process this. Or how would I handle this in the future? What really happened there? I think my feelings got hurt a little bit. Like that does not come from a stress state. That comes from being in repair mode, being in rest mode, being in healing mode, right? And lymphatic function is more in that mode than in the red alert mode, right? So every step of this, the ajna is about the sinuses, the throat is about the bronchioles, the lungs, the back heart. The back heart is about the lungs and the bronchioles as well, but then the lungs themselves, the solar plexus, the front and back solar plexus is tied to the diaphragm and the lower part of the lungs. And then that last piece, the spine, doesn't really have to do with the respiratory tract directly, but when we're in a stress state or when we have short, rapid breathing or when the diaphragm is tight, the tension of the spine is increased. So as we relax the solar plexus and we relax the diaphragm, the spine starts to let go. So it's a little bit of a further like, okay, spine, relax, relax, relax. And it just helps the spine to kick off that stress energy, that defensive energy, that protective energy, and just goes, because if your body's in red alert, right, you're in short, rapid breathing, your body is like, okay, protection mode. So what happens is the muscles around your spine to contract to try to protect the spine, right? Just like if you were driving in your car and all of a sudden you saw like, oh, I'm gonna hit a hay bale. You would slam on the brakes, but you would tense up your hands on the steering wheel because you can feel an impact coming, right? Your spine does that with stress. It tenses up when it feels like there is red alert out there. So when you deepen the breath and you loosen the diaphragm, also what starts to happen is your spine goes, okay, I don't have to protect. We're not going to hit that bale of hay. That person's not going to come stomp on my foot. That person's not going to yell at me. That person's not going to do whatever it is. So you start letting the tension leave your body. And now all of a sudden, the way your spinal nerves start to function is different because there's pressure and tension off that, and they're not in red alert mode. All of this is tied to the breath, right? So the more we unwind the breath, the more we can go on so many levels, right? And the more we do it, the more consistently we do it, the more we are able to hold on to it and like stick it in our pocket and like go, yeah, this one I got. Even if I get stressed out, I'm able to come back to a non-stress state quicker, right? But when you live in red alert, it's hard to step out of red alert. But when you have red alert and then calm, and then red alert and then calm, it starts to go with like, okay, I've been in red alert a while. It's time to go. I'm kind of done with this. It's getting kind of boring, because you've gone into rest and repair mode enough to where even if it happens, you can step out of it, right? So that's what we're shooting for. You okay? We might have lost Samantha with that one. Okay, so let's do another round. Let's practice body awareness. You're practicing body awareness. Wherever you feel something in your body, you're observing it. And as you observe it, begin inhaling. What you looking for? Now, move your awareness between the eyebrows. You're on the ajna, which impacts the sinuses. And we can get tension in the sinuses just like we can get it in the bronchioles. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Your back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Did we do the back throat? Oh, we did, but maybe we did. Okay, I'm sorry. Back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Now the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your lungs, your awareness is on your lungs. Your front solar plexus, your back solar plexus, that mid back area. Your back solar plexus, that mid back area. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. And then pause and be still. You're just being still. Notice how you feel. You're literally going into repair mode in this process, which means that the body's allocating energy for the lymphatic system, and you're breathing deeper, which is helping to improve the function of the lymphatic system and lymphatic movement. I think we might do another round, but before we do that, let's maybe do shares and questions. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. If you're like Sam, you can just blink me
Morse code.
Morse code and I'll try to figure it out.
Yep, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
I that one really sunk in that last
Yeah.
especially when I did the spine,
Yeah.
it
Yeah, there's something kind of like, I didn't always do that. And like from time to time, I think I started with like, oh, I'm going to do my spine just because, I have a spinal issue now. I'm gonna, do a little extra something. And I started noticing like, oh God, it like took the edge off. Like, afterwards thinking it out, like how your body tenses up and, it protects your gut and it protects your throat and it protects your spine. And just if you unwind those things, you just keep telling the body, look, it's not a red alert situation. You don't have to be standing like ready to go. Like you can relax. And the more I started doing that with the breath, the more that I was like, man, it like it steps it up a notch.
it also helped. I used a hyssop, which I
Mhm.
haven't been as familiar with,
Mhm.
large, and I bet yarrow would really do something for me. It always tends to. I only have a little teeny bottle of yarrow, but
Mhm.
it always seems to, I don't know, it clears something like right away. Um,
Mhm.
but I've had this sinus infection that just has been not letting go. So this
Yeah.
is a wonderful class for me. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
good,
for
good.
having it today
You're
and
so welcome.
going deeper with all this.
Yeah. Do you have some rosemary verbena?
I do, yes.
Take some rosemary verbena in 2 or 3 drops a couple of times a day for the sinus infection. It won't knock it out right off the bat, but it will help the body deal with the infection to a much greater degree. And so over a period of time, it will help knock it out.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
so,
Do you think the rinses do any good in the
yeah,
sinuses?
sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
very good. Thank you.
yeah.
Someone shared, I got a flushed response. My ears got super hot.
Hmm. I don't know what that's about. I think maybe your ears were on red alert. No, I honestly, I don't know what, you know.
I feel like I went into a deep place of rest.
Yeah, yeah, I would agree.
All right, we could go deeper and just knock me completely out.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do one more round. So again, we're going to start with body listening. We're going to observe the body. We're going to feel the body, like where do I feel it on my body? Now, we've already done this a couple of times. Still start fresh. Like as we unwind certain things, you might go, oh, my shoulder was a thing. But if you go back to it now, it might be like, you know what? My mid back is actually a little bit of a thing now. I don't really feel the shoulder, but I feel it in my hamstrings or my mid back or my feet. I feel it in my feet for some reason. So observe the body. And wherever you feel the tension, you're observing it and you're starting to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, move your awareness to the area between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. The lungs. Your awareness is on your lung. On the lungs, you're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front solar plexus, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. You're on the back solar plexus. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Pause and let go. Just let it go. How's that feel? I think for most of you, you can feel like body relaxation went up and stress levels went down a little bit, right? Even if you're in a stress state, it's like, oh, like it came down a notch. Now, if you're in a state where you're already relaxed, you're basically reinforcing that vagal tone and the repair mode, and it makes it easier to come back to this place when you get stressed out. It's not that stress doesn't happen. Stress happens. We just don't want to linger there. We don't want to stay there. And we don't want it to be abnormally intense. You know, a lot of times what we're dealing with is the stress of the situation and past stress responses. And so the intensity is more about our history than it is about what's happening in front of us. So we want to unwind some of the history. We want to unwind some of the intensity. Part of how we do that is, we calm the nervous system, we deepen the breath, we keep resetting the bronchioles so that whatever level of repair mode that we can achieve, that we're able to keep coming back here. We don't want it to be a vacation that we do from time to time. We want it to be able to happen every night. And if we need to go to a deeper level of repair mode because we have an injury or an illness or something, we want to be able to go there. But if our body isn't used to holding on to this repair state, your level of repair mode becomes very superficial. Like it doesn't really produce a deep level of repair mode. When we can really do this, we start to achieve what we would call the anabolic state. And the anabolic state is your body resets the immune system, the nervous system, the endocrine system, and the muscle, the connective tissue and muscle every time you go to sleep. Like when you go to sleep, your body like resets and reboots these things. So this is more of a long-term investment of the body going, okay, we got to stay alive for however many years. It's not just about right now and red alert. If we're going to do this, we got to take care of the body over a long period of time. So we need to not degenerate and not be in red alert. We need to be able to repair ourselves, rest, and prepare for the future. So let's go ahead and unmute and ask questions. I know we just did that, but if something came up, you can do a little share or question, and let's see if anybody has anything.
I actually was like ready to pass out, obviously.
Yeah.
And now I feel like something got reset
Yeah.
after that third round.
Right.
Third, right?
Yeah, we did 3. Yeah. So a lot of times, like Samantha has a good example, is like you're kind of you're shifting out of the nervous system and you go, "Ugh." And it doesn't necessarily mean sleep, but sometimes when we're switching out of like stress doesn't always mean like freak out, fight, flight, red alert. It's like I got a lot of things that I gotta get done. I got a big to-do list. I got bam, 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 bam. Got to get things done. And like I do this a lot. I got to get these things done. And then when it's time to rest, I'm like, but I'm in the to-do mode. Like so I'll rest for a little bit, but I'm gonna get up and bam, 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 bam. When we really genuinely need to be able to go, "Ah, I'm letting this go now, right? I'm letting it go and I'll pick it up in the morning." And so stress isn't always freak out mode or red alert mode. It's just like, you know, what do we call it? TCB, taking care of business. I'm in my taking care of business mode, and you still got to be able to let that go.
Mhm.
You know, there's times, and I've talked about this before, where I'm in TCB mode, taking care of business. Boom, 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 boom. And there reaches this tipping point that if I don't stop, I'm not going to sleep because I'm starting to get tired. The body starts to produce a little bit of adrenaline to keep giving you energy to take care of it. And it's not that I'm stressing out or I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna make the deadline. I'm just like, I'm gonna do one more thing, one more thing. Okay, maybe two more things, two more things. And then it reaches this tipping point where then I just lay in the bed and go, okay, I'm really tired. I would really like to sleep right now. And it's not possible because it turned into a dysregulated state because now adrenaline's being produced and you're like, okay, you're tired. I get it. You're going to run on adrenaline for a while and then you just can't sleep. And so, you know, having the ability to go, okay, we're going on shutdown mode, you know, um, doing this like at night, right before you go to bed, or in the evening when you're winding down, you'll notice that you sleep better, you get better rest, your body responds to, healing or reducing inflammation much better. You just overall, you keep feeling better. Emotionally, you feel better. Your mind starts to feel a little bit clearer. And even though you go into TCB mode, you can also go, okay, it's time for me to rest now. You know, I think for myself, apparently I'm doing a lot of self-therapy today. Cracking myself up. When I'm in the process of doing a bunch of things, like you said, like taking care of business, that almost feels like if I don't get things done, that becomes a red alert. And it's almost always self-imposed. it's rarely because of something that's the environment, or it's like, no, I'm choosing to have all these things done by Thursday. And so I got to get all these things done. And and I'm doing it. I'm like, I'm not keeping pace. I need to get these things done, and that turns into red alert. Not that something bad happened, but just I'm not meeting my internal list of the things I got to get done, and I might have had a very unrealistic idea of how much time my list was going to take, but my nervous system doesn't go, yeah, you maybe misjudged this. And no, I have to have this done by Thursday. I have to have it done by Thursday. No matter what, I have to have it done by Thursday. Yeah. Then you ask yourself why, and then you go blank. Well, because like, you don't have a reason, you know. So we all have those tendencies. And so the ability just to like calm things down and go, okay, yeah, I got to get things done. But I also have to rest, and I also have to let my body recover. And I also have to, you know, have a little bit of time where, I'm just repairing on whatever level it is, rebooting. So anyway, okay, so I think that's it. So how about we'll break for lunch, and we'll come back straight up at 2 o'clock Central Time, which is an hour and a half from now. And we're going to start dealing with movement in the body. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're on segment 3, where we're going to deal with movement. Now, simple movement can just be you getting up and going for a walk, or moving the body, or climbing some stairs, or, the walk's probably the easiest. And the idea is to move fluid through the body, increase your circulation. So even things that stimulate circulation can be helpful here. But I always find that the movement that works best here is like fluid movement. Like you're using things to detoxify the body, and you're using things to help, like basically urinate. Like the more that you can get fluid moving, and then the urination process, not just normal, but to like release more fluid than normal, because part of the lymphatic system processing the lymph and everything is tied to the kidneys, and processing the excess fluids. And, remember, lymphatic system is associated with fluid balance. And, it's just like inhalation and exhalation. If you're retaining too much fluid, even though you might not look puffy, you still might be retaining a lot of fluid somewhere. It's hard to take more in. And again, it makes you a little bit more predisposed to um, dehydration, or not being hydrated. It also can throw off the digestive tract. I would say that when the fluid balance is off, it actually can impact, like feeling hungry. It will amplify that. And so the use of things to help the kidneys process and help to release fluid actually is very stimulating to the lymphatic process. And so here, that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at some oils and some things that help with the processing of fluid and moving fluid in the body, and how that will impact the lymphatic system. Really depends on how intensely you do it. There's times where I really want to go through and do a very deep lymphatic cleanse, and I'll start using things like juniper or lovage, internally sandalwood, And it does make me pee and it does make things move, but then I end up getting up, 3 or 4 times in the middle of the night to go pee. Not my favorite, right? So I find that doing it with inhalations, it it moves it, but it's not overwhelming. If you had a lot of fluid retention in your body, it's probably good to take some things internally, and just, basically pee it out. It improves blood pressure, it improves digestion, it improves how your body feels, it reduces achiness. Um, so, you be the judge of that. But here we're doing something very soft and simple. Shouldn't make you get up at night and go to the bathroom. It just kind of keeps the fluids moving. So your oils of choices, goldenrod, which is very good for improving kidney function, Greenland moss, lovage, both leaf and root, rosemary verbenan, cypress, parsley, juniper, lemon, eucalyptus citriodora, St. John's wort, Sylvester pine, galbanum, and blends could be orange healer. So figure out what you're going to use. And whatever you're going to use there, let's go ahead and start inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Thank you. You're on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the back solar plexus. You're on the back solar plexus. Again, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on the back solar plexus. Now we're going to go down to the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side of the body, below the ribs. Your left-hand side of the body, below the ribs. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side of the body. The low back area, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause and be still. See if you can notice anything with your body. Part of what the lymphatic system does energetically is it throws off lower vibrational energy, right? So when we really increase the movement of lymph through the body, part of what happens is the body starts going, yeah, all these blockages, they got to go. All this lower vibrational energy, it's got to go. All this old stress energy, defense, reactions, protective mechanisms, we have to clear it. They have to go, right? So it starts to kind of clean house a little bit. Even when it's projections from other people, we still have a neurological response from these projections. And when we go through and we start generating movement through the body, the body kind of starts just cleaning house and letting go of the stress response, right? So we're going to cycle through that again. You're going to let it go and you're just going to let it be still for a moment. Just let it incubate. Hey, let's do it again. Front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on that front solar plexus area, which is below the ribs on the upper abdomen. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the middle of the back below the shoulder blades. Move your awareness to the navel. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side of the body, below the ribs. Your low back area, the back side of your navel. How's this feeling? Mm, mm. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The bottom of the tailbone. You're pausing and being still. So anytime you generate like fluid movement in the body, and here we're using things that have a diuretic kind of component to it. You're generating movement in the body, right? You're generating movement. It could even stimulate potentially a bowel movement. It's not going to be the ultimate treatment for constipation, but it does help. Because the basically what you're doing is you're using orange energy. You're helping the body generate orange prana within the body. And orange is cleansing, it's movement, and it's release. So, like when you urinate, part of how you urinate energetically, your body generates some orange prana and you urinate. When you have a bowel movement, your body generates some orange prana and then you have your bowel movement. Like, so it's tied to movement. You're stimulating the body's processes associated with movement, and part of that movement also is lymphatic movement. It is also the release of old lower emotions. Even if you have new lower emotions, your ability to process it and let it go and not end up in a loop is also tied to the level or degree that you have orange prana or orange energy within the body. Now, if we flip it and we stop talking about it from the point of view of energy, and we use it, the explanation from the point of view of the nervous system, it's not so much that it increases vagal tone, but what it does is it helps to regulate the action activity part of our nervous system, right? If we're always just go, 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 stress, 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 red alert, red alert, red alert, how do we break out of that? Part of how we break out of that is the orange helps to release the defense energy, the protective energy, the stress energy. So we don't stay in the loop long enough because we're able to release it, right? We're able to release the stress energy. We're able to release, like, I got all freaked out and now I can let it go. I got all stressed out and I started to generate a bunch of emotion. And if you don't have enough orange prana in the body, then I can't let it go. I stay stuck in it. But if you have the orange prana, you're like, I got upset, I let it go, right? I got stressed out, I let it go, right? It would be amazing if we never got stressed out and we never got upset, but we're human and it's not going to happen. We're at some point going to get upset about something. So the idea is to make the body function at its like maximum potential so that if I do get upset, I can snap out of it and I can let it go. And if I do get stressed out, okay, I'm kind of done with it, let it go, right? But if there's very little orange, which is in a way, it's not so much the ability to regulate, but it's the ability to like break out of a cycle. Like if you have orange in the body, if you're in a cycle, in a loop, you're able to break out of that loop. But if there's not enough orange at some point, you just stay in the loop, right? So this also means that things projected at us, things projected at us from other people or through resonance were influenced by the environment, right? We have a body response. Our ability to break out of that response or our ability to keep those projections from impacting our physiology and having us like take on whatever's being projected at us, right, is again tied to orange, right? Our ability to keep out other people's thoughts and influences is tied to how much orange is in our body or how much we can break out of those neurological loops, right? So if we can break out of a neurological loop, somebody can come up and say some really obnoxious things, and you go, oh, that's a little upsetting, but ah, who cares? But if you don't have enough orange prana in the body or that ability to break out of that neurological cycle, they come up and they say something, and you're like, they said this. What am I going to do about it? How do I fix this? What's going on? You know, people are going to judge me, whatever it is that your mind starts to do with it, because your body is not able to have movement and release out of it. You get stuck in the moment, right? And then you're stuck in the moment and you're reliving it over and over and over and over and over again, right? So you're doing more than just moving lymph in the body or moving fluids in the body. You're starting to stimulate all kinds of movement in the body, and in doing so, your lymphatic system is processing both lymph fluid, detoxifying, but also energetically, it's throwing off lower vibrational energy. It's throwing off projections from other people. It's throwing off stress. It's throwing off all kinds of things. You know, a lot of times we see a system as just the things that we know, like it, when it's not working right, it's this symptom, and this symptom. But there's so much more to these systems than what we just think about. And so the more that we treat this, usually the healthier we feel, the better we feel. And you just feel like, "Oh, I just shook something off, or oh, I just released something, or, you know, feel like I'm ready to do something. You know, even the idea of being enthusiastic, you know, like, oh, I don't feel any enthusiasm for this, you know, project that I'm doing. Some of it is your energy is either you're stuck in a stress loop, you're stuck in the potentials of something, or energetically you're impacted. You know, your energy is just impacted, right? And so loosening this up, you go, okay, let's do this. And if I don't like it, I'm gonna quit. And if I like it and I'm not doing it right, I'll adjust and adapt, right? So even the idea of taking action is tied to this kind of movement within the body. It's not just this treats lymphatic movement. It's on so many levels. Movement. It's about movement, right? So, anyway, we're going to do another cycle, but before we do that, let's go ahead and open up to questions, shares. Um, Unmute yourself, type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. So I think I know the answer to this just because I ask this question so frequently, but I want you to give me the information.
Sure.
I assume that we can build orange prana by salt baths and wearing it on our body and taking this internally just to support also what we've just done.
Yeah, not all of the things listed are things that you would take internally. Like orange healer, you wouldn't. But goldenrod, Greenland moss, lovage, rosemary verbena, cypress, parsley, juniper, lemon, all of those are internal. But I wouldn't do like eucalyptus. I wouldn't do Sylvester pine. St. John's wort and galbanum are fine. So you could do it internally, but also just wearing it, inhaling it, like you said, salt baths, a body tonic, ointment on the feet, any version of that will help you.
So anyone in particular you like on the feet?
I would do orange healer. Like if you didn't want to do orange healer, um, I would probably do lovage, parsley, juniper, and probably my favorite, if like putting it on the feet. The reason why I like lovage is lovage. I mean, the other ones do this too, but lovage is just like better at it. It helps to clean up the tissue. Like it helps to like clean up the connective tissue. And in your feet, you're going to have crystalline deposits. You're going to have, debris from the blood and the lymph that just kind of settle in your feet. That's why, a lot of times you start getting spurs on the heel, like bone spurs on your heels, and your joints ache and your toes are a little and your feet feel tired. It's kind of a little bit toxic down at the feet because it's just gravity. Gravity lets everything settle there. And so, orange healer would help clean that up, but also the use of like lovage on your feet can feel very nice. It will actually help to break up some of the deposits on the heel. And if they've really calcified, it just helps to undo the tissue getting stuck on those deposits. So again, it takes some of the achiness and pain out.
So, okay, I've been using spikenard a lot at night on my feet.
Mhm.
So I could do this like during the day, or should I
Yeah,
rotate at
you
night?
could do them both together. I would just do them a little bit apart. Like I would probably do the lovage first and, give it like 15, 20 minutes and then do spikenard or put them on different parts of your feet. Like the lovage you could put all over your heel, and then the spikenard put it like in the arch of the foot and between the toes, and you could do them both at the same time.
So interesting. All
Hmm.
right, thanks.
You're so welcome.
I know
Yeah,
what
it
I'm doing
feels good.
tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Okay. Yes, I can attest to Orange Healer really creating a lot of movement. That's fabulous. Even more. I've been working with it now for a week.
Mhm.
And today was really nice. Can you remind me what is in Orange Healer?
I sure can. It is parsley, camphor, palo santo, lovage, Idaho tansy, Eucalyptus globulus, Cape snowbush, juniper, birch tar, and sitka.
Oh, wow. Ooh, somebody just popped it in there too. Thank you. That was great.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, you reminded me. I'm like, oh, I need to get some Lovage MSM.
Oh yeah. The lovage stuff is like I was
Oh,
a little bit addicted to it for a little while because I was just like, God, I put on my body, I feel like I'm a better human being. And
yeah.
it just, because toxicity, it impacts emotions, your thoughts and everything. I just feel like I must be super toxic because I definitely feel like a better person. But even the idea of like I was talking about enthusiasm, like, there's all kinds of movement. There's different manifestations of the movement. But like I used to do this exercise a long time ago, long, long time ago, like when before COVID, I would always teach classes in person. We didn't do anything on Zoom. And so in classes that were being in person, I would do these experiments where um, I would take a bunch of chairs and I would put them in the middle of the room, like real chaotically, like all kind of
Mhm.
jumbled together. And I would ask for a volunteer and I would blindfold them. And then I'd go, okay, don't use your hands, but get through those chairs. And, they would be going very slow and trying to wiggle through. And then I'd usually go, okay, you can use your hands now. And even then, you kind of don't know what's happening, and you try to get through the chairs. And they would get through the chairs, but it would take a
Hmm.
while. And then we'd have them either, some form of orange. So like inhale something, or, wear an orange stone, or, something. And still with the blindfold, we'd rearrange the chairs. And I'd go, okay, no hands, get through the chairs. And they would just plow through the chairs. I mean, plow through the chairs. And that's the thing, is it sometimes when maybe we're hesitating in a situation, or you're like, I don't know, there's a little bit of a stress, or like holding back, and
Hmm.
we're a little bit in a survival loop of somewhat. And when you have that movement, you just go, it's gonna happen. Like, this is gonna happen. And you just start kind of pushing through. And one of the other experiments I would do is I would put people like in a circle, and like those same chairs, I'd go, okay, everybody grab a chair and, move it to the wall. And everybody would stand there, and they'd like look around, waiting for the first person to make the movement, because it's like, well, I don't want to do it wrong, or I don't want to be,
Hmm.
I don't know if I want to be the first one, but like when everybody starts doing it, I'll do it. Like, so as soon as somebody would make the initial movement, everybody would jump in. And then we do that same orange, experiment. And then I'd go,
Hmm.
okay, these chairs got to be against the wall. And boom, a lot of times I didn't even finish the sentence. And people are just reaching in, grabbing it, and taking it to the wall. You know, that movement is not just internal, it's also like external, like how we interact. And if you look at it as part of the aspect of stress, is even if we get stuck in a little bit of a stress loop, we go into repetition, like, ooh, careful. I need to defend. I need to protect. I need to not do something that's hypothetical. But when orange is there, it's just like, this is going to happen. We're going to move through this. We're going to take some sort of action. And so
Hmm.
that idea of using orange for movement in here, but also out there, it's incredibly helpful. By treating the lymph this way, you're also treating how you interact with the outside world, and your ability to break out of those stress cycles. And that's
Hmm.
not through vagal tone. That's through proper regulation. It's not even regulation, it's proper function of that action activity side of your nervous system, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, orange is pretty interesting. It's very medicinal. It's very therapeutic. There's not a lot of glamour with it, but it's
Hmm.
it's a workhorse. It gets things done, literally.
Yeah. We don't need glamour. We need results.
Yeah, we need results.
Or at least that's me. Um, then the question I have on
Mhm.
lovage, I have that as a tincture. Would that help
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Same thing.
generate orange prana inside?
Yep, yep,
Okay.
yep.
And then I wish you could see this. Oliver's looking at you. He says, "Hi, Greg."
Give him a
Um,
little pat for me.
he will. Uh, and then curious because my body just kind of goes for what it wants. It wanted to pick up Rue, so I mean that kind of tells me I've got to do some cord cutting. But if I were going to do this protocol with Rue, would there be any results?
It would be like a B choice. I mean, it would do something. Like,
Okay.
Rue is good for regulating the nervous system, the action activity side of the nervous system, but it's usually a little bit more conflict oriented. Because if you look at the idea of releasing or cutting cords,
Hmm.
in a way, you're releasing a conflict. So that starts to be a little bit more specialized.
Got it.
And in the external situation, that could be good if it was something of a conflict that was impacting you internally, it could be good. But for just generating movement in the lymphatic system, it's kind of like,
Yep.
yeah,
No, but that also makes sense.
yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll take that and
Yeah.
do that. But the orange is always great.
Mhm.
Love orange. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jake, how are you?
Hey Greg, hey Sam, hey everyone. So Greg, you mentioned that orange is good for kicking out projections from other people.
Yes,
Did I hear
yes,
that correctly? Okay.
yes,
So
you
I'm
did.
in a situation
And if that doesn't
where,
work, take the bottle and throw it at
oh God.
him.
So I'm in a new situation
Right.
um, where I am the president of my HOA in my little condo community. So
Shields up.
yeah. And it's been like pretty good so far, but like in the last few weeks,
Yeah.
we've had one homeowner who's really upset at me.
Shocking. Wait,
Yeah,
shocking.
yeah. I
I'm
told
gonna
him
have
that
to
he,
process that one. I know. I'm
I took,
joking, but you always hear all those stories about HOAs and all that stuff, and there's always going to be somebody.
yeah, I mean, I kind of figure that's part of stepping into this role.
Yeah.
But he's just being real unreasonable. Like,
Yeah.
I thought we were very, like, maybe we were too gentle with him, but we told him he couldn't be parking his two extra cars in guest parking, and he got real upset, and started accusing me of like mismanaging funds, and
Okay.
he like,
So what I would say there, of course, all these things that we're talking about, but if you think about what he's doing is he's trying to create like a little bit of chaos so that he can open up the potential of him getting his way.
yeah,
So the more that you go down his way of thinking, the more that you get away from what are the parameters of the HOA. And so this is what I would say to that is just because he says things doesn't mean necessarily that you have to resolve that conflict, unless it's like in writing and, you know, something has to be did. You can just simply say, that's not our policy. You don't have to
yeah.
explain it and have him get it. You just go, that's not the policy.
Yeah. Well, we tried that, and unfortunately, he's a lawyer.
Uh,
And so he sent a letter on his legal stationery demanding all kinds of documents and information. But it's just like that part of it we can handle, like the
okay,
documentation
good.
and like that I can handle. It's just like I've just been exhausted this week. Like and
Yeah.
that came up on Monday. And I've
Yeah.
been like trying to do all the things, meditating and smelling rue, and it just seems like it's just not enough.
Yeah. So you're dealing with chords, with the roux and I would use orange healer during the day, and I'd probably use a little bit of like blue healer or spikenard, something like that at night, just so you
Okay.
can calm your system. Because like if you think of the projection, it's not just like it's energy and thoughts, it's also a kind of energy that's agitating to your nervous system. And even though you go, none of this is accurate, your nervous system and your body just sees like the incoming thread or the incoming agitation. And so, if you think about like what a person like that is doing, they're trying to wear you down, right? And the more that energy keeps getting projected, the more you start feeling like agitated and tired, and at some point you're just like, oh, whatever, you can have your way. They're banking on that. They're kind of trying to knock your feet out from under you. So the more that you can keep the aura clean, so
Hmm.
a lot of orange, lot of orange.
A lot of orange.
Yeah, like so orange healer or any of those that are listed, you could diffuse them, wear them, inhale it a lot, put it
Okay.
on your wrist, put it on your feet,
Okay.
do that a bunch. And do you have an orange ring?
I don't.
Do you have like any sort of orange stone or anything like that?
Hmm. I don't think so, but I could get one.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, a simple one is carnelian. You could probably just go down to your local, new age store and find something like that. Or let me know and I can hook you up with somebody to get you a orange ring made.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Does Palo Santo have orange in it?
Yeah, Palo Santo. In fact, I don't know what Palo Santo's not on this list. Yeah, it
That's what
should
I
be.
thought. Okay.
Oh, because we're talking about lymphatic movement. Um,
Okay.
but Palo Santo would still work for your application.
Okay. Great. All right. That's super helpful. Thank you,
Yeah.
Craig.
Like wear Palo Santo, spray it outwardly, just keep cleaning your field up.
Okay. And I love your Palo Santo incense.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Burn a lot of incense if you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Give Palo Santo to all the people on the
Right.
board.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for all the tips. I appreciate it.
Text me and I'll tell you a few more things.
Okay. Great.
But remind me because I'll forget.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. All right. Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Sam.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Okay, so the last conversation actually just brought up something of subtlety. So
Mhm.
the movement out of the body is old conflict where somebody was trying to wear me down. And I think it just got stuck in the body.
Sure.
So just to keep using Orange Healer because it's funny. I use Orange Healer, I use Palo Santo, I use Rue, and
Yeah. Especially a lot of times with stuff like that where it's projections from
yeah,
another person or um like you're just in a situation with a lot of conflict.
yeah,
It can be in the tissues, but a lot of times it's a little bit more in the joints. Like,
yep,
if you think of the joints, like, inhaling on the arms and legs, for example, very, very good. Like doing
okay,
things like that can be helpful. And you're right. Like it can be not a current situation, but an old situation. And your mind knows like, hey, that was like 2 years ago, but your body was like, nah, it was
it's
like
happening now.
yesterday or the day before. It's going to happen again. You
Okay,
just you don't know. Your
yeah,
your body just thinks it's always happening.
sure.
And so, yeah.
And it and so that's fascinating. That was the stuff you and Sam were helping me with too. So on the hips, then I've been using joint relief, but Orange Healer is
Yeah,
on.
you could rotate them. The thing with like the hip and the hip socket is, the movement in the like hip socket sometimes is compromised by like how the spine like tenses up.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing will happen in the hips. So like sometimes I'll have people use a rotation between joint relief and like arthrocare, which is a bunch of lovage and juniper. It's a different
Mm-hmm.
version of this, but more specific to a joint. And so you could use Arthur you could use Orange Healer, you could use some of these single oils like lovage and still do the joint relief, but then add that and just kind of rotate how you're treating it in a particular area. And if you think about it, like it's detoxifying to that joint. So if there's stagnant blood, stagnant lymph, crystalline deposits, calcium, whatever deposited or congregating in that area, it will help to flush those things out.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey, Denise.
Hi. All right. Talking about the projections of others,
Hmm. Hmm.
I wanted to ask, does mugwort work in there at all for anything like that?
Mugwort does have an impact on like a protective quality and helps to like break out of some of that. So yeah, you could use mugwort like that. It's not really so much for lymphatic movement that we're doing here, but it does help with movement through the body and energetics. Like you could use it as a supportive measure, like if we were really going down the rabbit hole, You could do all the things we do with the movement in segment 3, but you could also add mugwort to it. You know, it wouldn't stimulate lymphatic movement by itself, but it does help with energetic movement in the body, and it does have a protective component when there's projections from other people.
Oh, thank you. And would rue be good to work with? I haven't worked. I have a little small one of those.
When it's stuff from other people, yes.
Yes.
You know, rue is very it's very good for when, you know, we use it for cutting cords, but it's very good for issues of conflict. Even though you might not have a conflict, it doesn't mean the other side doesn't have a conflict.
Yes.
You know, something unresolved, some sort of projection, it's what it does. Like it's just, you know, that's what its primary thing you could use it for, is just helping to disconnect from conflict.
Thank you. And then the final thing is, which lovage would it be like?
You could do either one. Lovage leaf is a little bit less expensive, works really well. Lovage root is a little bit more effective, like maybe 15-20% more effective, but it's substantially more expensive. Like the difference, you know, it's not like just 20%, you know, it's a little bit more money. Like
Okay.
so, like even at home, you know, I have a bunch of both, like in our stocks and everything. I use Lovage Leaf a lot just because it's like, you know, it's a lot of bang for your buck. So
And would it be good to do the body tonic with the MSM or?
yeah, for cleaning up the body and you know, cleaning up the energy body. Yeah, it works really super good.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. I think you guys, like in the sacred space, that package, I think that you sent him an incense called like Amberlin, something like that. Um,
Oh, bromelain. Yeah.
is that,
Bromelain's more for physicalizing blessings.
oh, really? Okay, good. Or I wanted to know what that was about because I wasn't at all familiar.
Physicalizing blessings. It's associated with the spirits of their earth element.
Very good. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'm working on these couple of things that we're talking on and getting rid of the sinus infection, but I'm doing the rosemary verbena. Thank you so
Oh, good,
much.
good, good.
Yeah, we burn that a bromelain outside our door every morning. Give those little nature Davis blessings. So would you tell us again what's in Orange Healer? We want to make sure we have it all right.
It is parsley, camphor, palo santo, lovage, Idaho tansy, Eucalyptus globulus, Cape snowbush, juniper, birch tar, and Sitka. And Sitka doesn't necessarily generate orange prana, but it's in this it's an amplifier of the properties already in the orange.
Great, thank you. I think, let me just check and make sure, because I had a couple people wanting that. Get that. Is it possible to have a lot of orange energy in one system, like the digestive system, put lacking it in, but lacking it in other areas, such as the lymphatic?
Yeah, it's possible. Usually it's that something is like, you know, maybe a little bit imbalanced. Um, the manifestation of that in the digestive system would be diarrhea. Um, you know, loose bowel movements and diarrhea. And so if there's not those things present, you know, sometimes what happens is things will go in a cycle where it will peak and it will diminish, and it will peak and it will diminish. And so, I mean, it's possible, but you know. Okay. So how about we'll do it just one more time? So you have one of the oils you're working with? You're on the front solar plexus. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. The navel. Your awareness is on the navel. The spleen. Your awareness is on the spleen, the left-hand side of the body below the ribs. The low back, the back side of your navel. Back side of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. And then just pause and let go. Okay, we're going to take a little break and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk vagal tone. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. We'll come back at a quarter till the hour. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back and we're on segment 4 and we're doing vagal tone. So vagal tone is the rest and repair mode. It is the healing mode. It's the time where our body recuperates, right? So we're going to choose from rue, tarragon, benzoin, marjoram, petitgrain, sage, lavender, spike lavender, cypriol, spikenard, valerian, vetiver. Rue doesn't necessarily increase vagal tone, but it kind of makes the list because it decreases the stress response enough that it kind of pushes the body into vagal tone. Right. And then the blends vagal tone premium, self heal, Seiheki, which is one of the Reiki oils, and then Violet Healer.
And Seihiki is in the kit for purchase.
Right. So we're cultivating a rest and repair mode. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, that mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're on your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And the lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The throat. Your awareness is on your throat. The sides of your neck, both sides of your neck, like this area. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws where they hinge in front of the ears? Your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Awareness is on your back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and let go. Let that make you feel. Okay, let's do that one again. Front solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back solar plexus, the mid back area, the area below the shoulder blades. The lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. The back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. The throat. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And the jaws, the jaw minors. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. In the back of the head. Your awareness is on the back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the spine. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Going into vagal tone is your body is processing and shifting into the rest and repair mode. It's something that we do a lot in a lot of our different practices. And so, this process, would not be an exception. We still want to achieve vagal tone, but we're going to slide into the detoxification process. So let's take a break first, and then we're going to come back. We're going to detoxify in general, and then we're going to detoxify specifically, right? So how about we'll come back at 10 till the hour, and we'll jump into segment 5. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. Okay, so we're doing the segment 5. And it is detoxification. So this is where we are using the lymphatic blend or lymphatic vagal tone, which is in the gift for purchase. And then you could also use ginger, cypress, cedar, sage, rosemary, thyme, frankincense, juniper, lovage, poplar balsam, galbanum, bay laurel, sylvester pine, birch, and helichrysum. So here we're going to stimulate the lymphatic system detoxifying in general. And then after that, we're going to go site specific. Okay, so you have one of your oils. And then begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. You're inhaling with your awareness on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Vagal tone, it's a roller ball. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your front heart. Awareness is on the front heart. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. The lungs. Your awareness is on the lungs. The liver. Your awareness is on the liver. Right hand side of the body below the ribs. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the kidneys. And then the spleen, left hand side of your body below the ribs. The front solar plexus. The back solar plexus. The bottom of the tailbone. And then the low back, the back side of the navel. You're pausing and letting go. on that. So this is stimulating the whole system, detoxifying. Just being still for a moment, you're letting it happen. We're going to come back and do that, but now let's go a little bit site specific. You're going to need 2 oils.
Okay.
One marjoram, and then the other you're going to choose between cedar, cypress, or cistus. So let's make sure everybody has both. You're going to need them both. So 1, you're going to get marjoram. And then 2, you're going to get either cypress, cedar, or cistus. Cistus is a little bit of an expensive choice. It might be the best choice, but it's a little bit of a pricey choice. So I usually do marjoram and cypress. In the old days, I used to do marjoram and cedar. But let's see what you got.
So we're kind of doing a two-fisted thing, or
We're going to do topical. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to make sure everybody has those 2. So you need 1 marjoram, 2 either cedar, cypress, or cistus. Okay, so everybody looks like they're good. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You're actually going to apply this topically, but to a specific site. Let me explain it first, and then I'll explain like what we're going to do. So the idea being that when you have, like, say you have a bad knee or a bad back, or your thumb's bothering you, or, just some areas bothering you, especially, excuse me, if it's achy. Sharp pain, this would still work, but it's more like when it's achy or stagnant or like puffy, swollen, arthritic, any of these things. It's like it's a sprain or a strain and it's not getting better. The marjoram is an antispasmodic, and out of all of the single oils, it's the one that works the best. And basically, an antispasmodic is loosening the muscle, but it's also opening up the vessels, right? The blood vessels and just the movement of fluid in that area. It basically works by increasing blood flow to that area, right? Then you have the cedar, the cypress, or the cistus. Now, these are a little bit more of an astringent, so they actually contract tissue. They firm things up. They tighten up the skin, they tighten up the muscle, they tighten up the vessels. They actually will constrict the vessels. So what you're going to do is we're going to go back and forth between the 2. We're going to open the vessel. We're going to close the vessel. We're going to open the vessel. We're going to close the vessel. We're going to open the vessel. We're going to close the vessel. And the vessels, the circulation, the blood supply. And so by going through and doing this, you're manually starting to pump the lymph specifically in that area, right? So like if say you have arthritis in your thumb, part of it is like you're trying to get blood there, you're trying to get everything, but it's still a little bit stagnant. Otherwise, it wouldn't be degenerating like it should. So we're manually going to pump the lymph and the blood in and out of that area to help it to regenerate, to help it to detoxify. Now, we're going to go to I mean, we can do an area just as an experiment, but let's just go to one of our areas. Like if you have a bad back, a bad hip, a bad knee, you know, let's do this. So we're going to start with the marjoram. Now you can just put a few drops on the area. You could put a few drops in your palm and then rub it on the area. You want to do this neat. You could also do it with a body tonic. You want to do it with something that dries because you're going to be going back and forth on the same spot. If there is some sort of irritation with the skin, then just discontinue the use. These are all pretty gentle oils, but still, if there's an issue, just let it go, right? So pick your spot and you're going to put a few drops on marjoram and then kind of rub it over the area, rub it in, and then that's all you got to do. If you want, you can breathe the marjoram into that area. So like if you put it on your wrist, after you've rubbed it all over the wrist, then you can breathe with your awareness on the wrist. You do in your hand. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Samantha had a good sign. She put marjoram on the bad hand. She said the other one's already jealous. So it's already moving in the right direction. So here, usually you would wait a couple of minutes, but here we'll just wait like maybe a minute, minute and a half. If you want to occupy yourself, you can inhale the oil with your awareness on that area.
Yeah, somebody said the whole space smells like marjoram. Easy to inhale it.
Right, very nice.
Are we inhaling on the area?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Okay, so I usually give it a couple of minutes. We're at about a minute and a half. We'll do another 30 seconds. Move whatever it is around. Get your hand, your back, your knee. Okay, now pull out your cypress or your cedar, or if you're being fancy, your cistus. Put a couple drops on that same area and then rub it in. And rub it in all in that same area. So this is the contraction. That might not absorb well later because of the hope.
Okay.
Mhm. So if you want to inhale the oil on that area, the cypress, the cedar, or the cistus, you can do that. Any cedar works. Yeah, any cedar works. So Atlas, blood cedar, the Himalayan, the Japanese, Taiwanese is a little bit expensive to use for this, but if that's all you got, you could do that. But why don't you just go grab one? Mm-hmm. You're letting it soak in. You're just letting it cook for a minute. Okay, pull out your marjoram. You're going to put a couple of drops on that same spot, move it all around, cover the area. And if you like, you can inhale the marjoram on that spot. You're just letting it cook. How's your hand starting to feel?
Significantly.
Yeah.
It's like bringing awareness that I can't do all the way up to the finger, all the way up to the forearm.
Okay, so what did we do last, Marjoram? So let's do the cypress or the cedar. Put it on the same spot. A couple of drops, rub it all in. If you want, you can inhale on the area. I think we did cypress or cedar, right? So go ahead and put a couple drops of marjoram again on that same area and then rub it in. And you're just letting it incubate. And then let's go ahead and put a couple of drops of cypress or cedar on the area. And then rub it in. Up here. Yeah. So I usually like do about three cycles. You could keep going longer and longer, but usually about 3 cycles. And then I might do it again in a day or two. But with that, move it around, whatever it is. Like you're using your hands. Like, how does your hands feel?
Yeah, so much less stiff.
Like less stiff. So we'll still go through and do the long process, the first part of it again. But how about we just do some shares with where we're at right now, and you might have questions. So let's go ahead and unmute and do questions and shares. Type in however you want to communicate.
Yeah, go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi there. So, I've been dealing with tendonitis that's limited my ability to play the cello.
Right.
And it's in both elbows, golfer's elbow and
Yeah.
tennis elbow, as well as on the palmar aspect, the flexor tendons of the small joints of both hands, some swelling on the palmar aspect. And I actually put on some orange healer on one side of one elbow. And then I'm doing the marjoram and then the cypress.
Mhm.
Um, is that okay to do? I
Yeah,
guess I'm experimenting on
sure.
myself.
Yeah, like with tendonitis, like a lot of times what we'll use, like here we're talking about the technique, but it with tendonitis is we usually use like a combination of like helichrysum with Eucalyptus citridora. And Eucalyptus citridora is one of the more like lemony smelling eucalyptuses, and it's very anti-inflammatory. And so between the helichrysum and the Eucalyptus citridora, sometimes I might add a little bit of yarrow. We put that on the area for the tendonitis. And, the thing with tendons and ligaments is they don't have a very great blood supply. So their tendency to heal is a bit slower because you're not able to get blood to that. So like anything that you do to like you're reducing inflammation, but you're also moving blood through that area. So, orange healer would work, but the Helichrysum citrodora and Eucalyptus citrodora would probably work better. And then the idea of the marjoram and the cypress, like you're doing on the areas or the hot spots. And if you're having to cover a big area, I might, I like to use like body tonics instead because you can slap it on and then it dries. It's still penetrating, and then a little bit of time goes by, and then you can cover the area and then it dries. And so you can kind of go back and forth with that. And it should help like detoxify the area, increase the movement, and reduce inflammation.
So what I think I heard you say was either helichrysum or eucalyptus citridora, and then do the marjoram alternating with a contraction oil. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, yeah. I would probably like wait till like after doing the back and forth between marjoram and the like cypress or cedar or something, and then
Okay.
afterwards rub like an ointment. And you can do them separately, but I would actually do them like the more potent version is the eucalyptus and citrodora and helichrysum together, and it's like equal parts. So if you already have those oils, like 3 or 4 drops of one, 3 or 4 drops of the other, put it in massage oil, and then rub it on the area.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I think I got it.
yeah.
Thanks. The
You're so
other,
welcome.
go ahead. Go.
No, I just said you're so welcome.
The other thing is that I really appreciated people sharing, um, what was it, 2 segments earlier about movement and, uh, golly, my words, um, stress and dealing with people,
Yeah, difficult
especially
people. Yeah,
especially the man who shared about being an HOA
yeah,
president
yeah.
and confrontation with an attorney homeowner. I used to work for 10 years as a paralegal for a law firm, and all we did was defend HOAs. So
Oh, wow.
it was a real niche type of field, but I needed a job like badly.
Yeah,
So yeah, so day in and day out, we didn't have that many um, adversaries or tenant or homeowners who were attorneys, but yeah, they were a royal pain.
yeah,
Yeah. So I just sent it upstairs to the attorney because they love that kind of stuff.
yeah, yeah.
That's not me.
I know, huh?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very
You're
much.
so welcome. And let me know if you need any advice about the hands and things. We need you still playing that cello.
Yeah, that would be a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're so welcome.
And Greg does make a blend. Robert post the link if you'd like, where he already blends the
Yeah.
helichrysum and eucalyptus
I think we just call it tendonitis or
No, we
something.
actually just call it helichrysum
You,
eucalyptus
oh
citrodor.
yeah.
Like it's
I got really inventive with the name. Eucalyptus and helichrysum. Yeah.
I'm all for
and go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey, Teresa.
By the way, that really inventive blend you have is a great bath. Um,
I've been playing with like kind of like an antispasmodic version of that because that's really good for like tendonitis and inflammation. But I've been doing what is it, helichrysum and petitgrin, and like doing
huh.
those two together. And it's a very simple blend, but you know, it just feels nice on the body, like for a bath or I put it on my feet or something, and
Yeah.
very very simple, but it still still works.
I used it for my feelings getting hurt when
Yeah, oh
people would
sure,
attack me.
yeah, yeah,
My body's like, please stop.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Um, so
That's the thing that I would say, a lot of times, like we take like the helichrysum thing, here we're dealing with tendonitis or like soft tissue things, so many times, especially in areas where there's conflict, we just think of like the body or we think of the conflict. We don't really think of the two, like, or at least, maybe I don't all the time. I mean, I do intellectually, but like in the moment, I'll be, no, I'm fine. And then I settle everything down. And then I'm like, my feelings were really hurt. I had no idea. Like, it's shocking sometimes, like how badly like my feelings will get hurt when I'm really not that aware of it in the moment, you know.
no, you're not. I mean,
Yeah.
in
Mhm.
general, I was thinking when you were talking about, I can't remember which one, basically somebody grinding on you to get their needs met.
Right.
And when it's a person that is supposed to be loving, caring person, you can't reconcile it. So in the moment, you're kind of like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And this doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, and
Yeah.
apparently I like to carry that around. And just while we're
I
talking about
think
that,
I think we all do. I think there is this like thing, and I in the early days, I would say that I thought of that as being more psychological, but as I've gotten older, I really think that's more the physiology, like having some sort of loop where it's trying to resolve it. It's trying to close that loop, and somehow to the body that still feels like it's in play, like it's in motion, even though it's like 30 years ago. And
Hmm.
you know, um, that's why I always keep coming back to like in meditation or doing healing or some of these processes, all of a sudden these old things will come up and you go like, God, why is that still there? Like, oh my God, that was like so long ago and I've completely forgotten about it, but your body hasn't.
Hmm.
And like every time something like that comes up, just go vagal tone. Just I'm going to come back to vagal tone, even if it's just body listening or
Hmm.
inhaling a little tarragon or sage or something, and you just go, okay, vagal tone. Because like when that comes up, if you can hit the vagal tone in that moment, it's getting processed. And even if we flip to the orange healer part, it's knocking that part of the nervous system out of that loop. So, if it's like vagal tone's not hitting it, then you go to something that's going to impact that stress side, that action activity side. And I think
Hmm.
sometimes, because I reflect on this a lot, like both for myself and when I'm working on people, is like that sometimes the loop isn't that it didn't get processed, but when that side of the nervous system, the action activity side of the nervous system is a bit depleted, it goes on um, like a strong, repetitive action. Just like when we get fatigued, our body produces a little adrenaline to kind of push through. When that part of the nervous system fatigues, a little bit of adrenaline gets kicked in, but like specific to that area, and it will keep that thing in play because
Hmm.
that area is fatigued. And so even though it took me a long time to understand that, by the way,
Hmm.
but it, when those things arise, if simple vagal tone doesn't do it, then that's when you bring in like the orange healer, or even sometimes it's something simple like rosemary or something can actually eradicate it, because rosemary is also very fortifying to the action activity side of the nervous system, and it helps to generate proper function in the adrenals. And so it
Hmm.
can help break out of the loop in that area as well.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's probably where the adrenal support comes in too, as a
Yeah,
blend.
exactly.
Got
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was very helpful. And kind of putting the puzzle pieces
Yeah.
together of the recommendation on that for the org programs. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, so just pivoting slightly from that,
Mhm.
uh, since Universal Healer has both poplar balsam and bay laurel in it, can I use it for this segment?
For the which piece?
The longer piece that we're
Yeah,
doing.
you could probably do that. Yeah, I
Okay.
would say that that works.
Okay.
Yeah,
Great.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you totally could do that.
Okay. My body is like, hey, how about that one over there? And I'm like, oh, that one's the yummy one.
Yeah, no joke. I mean, yeah, that's kind of a lymphatic blend. And I
Yeah,
hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah, it totally is.
super. Thank you so much. It's been
You're so
great.
welcome.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. You just mentioned a couple of interesting mixes with
Hmm.
heliochrysum and petitgrin and heliochrysum and eucalyptus citradora. So
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take a salt bath. What kind of thing after today's session would you suggest? Would you mix a couple or just go
Yeah,
straight
you
on
could. I mean,
something?
if you have helichrysum, it would be an awesome choice. Um, that combination of helichrysum petitgrin or helichrysum eucalyptus citradora, also an awesome choice. One of the ones that I used to use, Samantha and I were talking about this a couple of weeks ago, is I used to take helichrysum and ginger and mix those two together. And it was kind of my jam for a little while. Like I really liked it. That was way before I was making the lymphatic blend. And so, like, the lymphatic blend kind of became the replacement for that. But if you had lymphatic blend or lymphatic vagal tone, um, even something like galbanum or pine, both galbanum and pine are also very good lymphatic decongestants. Um, you could take a little bit of galbanum internally and then take a pine bath or, some version of that. I like all those choices. Um, like I do like to take baths from time to time in like the orange healer, but I will say when I do that, I end up getting up and peeing several times through the night. And so if you're wanting a good night's rest, I probably wouldn't do that. Um, every once in a while when I do it, it doesn't happen, but most times it does. And so, I'd let your body kind of relax and repair. And so, yeah. So helichrysum, galbanum, Sylvester pine, a couple of the blends, even some vagal tone. But I would stimulate lymphatic movement. You know, Helichrysm's always a good choice. It's kind of I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily call it a cure-all, but it does so many different things and it's so healing to the body that it's hard not to just do helichrysm all the time. Inflammation, scar tissue, blood movement, emotions, it helps so many things. So if you have helichrysm, I do that.
Great. I did one foot, I did my knees
Hmm.
and with the marjoram and cypress,
How did
but
that make them feel?
oh, it was great. But I did one foot so I could kind of compare one foot
Sure.
versus the other.
Uh-huh.
And I have one foot that's just so relaxed. And
Right.
it's really interesting how different the two are.
Yeah. Yeah.
A great
And
class. Thank
oh,
you.
thank you. Thank you. It's always interesting to me too, like when, you treat something where you go, yeah, it feels fine. It's not really bothering me or something. And then you start doing something on one and compare, and you're like, oh, this foot feels so much better. And it's like, just because it feels good or it doesn't feel bad doesn't mean that it can't feel better. Like I always kind of have to remind myself, like at the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't really need anything. And then I do something. I was like, God, I feel so much better. Like, why do I do that to myself? Where I go, man, I'm good. You know.
And we just get used to things with
Yeah, Samantha
discomfort.
calls me on it all the time. She's like, really, you don't need anything? And I'll go, well, maybe, okay, maybe I'll go take a salt bath. And then they come out, and I was like, that was amazing. So
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
I just wanted to share. I've always, well, one of the first oils that came to me, it seemed like through yin, was like marjoram. All right.
Yeah.
So just starting with marjoram, it just, the minute I put it on my body, it right away, the pain went away. We
Yeah.
never even got to the
It's
next
amazing.
one.
Well, first off, marjoram is one of the best things for pulling the body out of fight flight.
Oh,
It pulls the body into vagal tone, and it also has a like a transmutation effect on the body, which means that whatever stress or dysregulated state that we're in, it kind of almost like just shoves you into vagal tone. And so, even emotionally, it will help process and release like lower emotion. And so, you wouldn't think of marjoram as being very activating to the heart, but it's actually very activating to the heart. And even in like the grieving process, it can be a strong oil to help. a person process through things like sadness and grief and things like that. And so marjoram is, a very silent workhorse. Like it does a bunch of things. And I mean, I think it's still our number one thing that out of everything that we sell and, for classes and everything, marjoram has been the top for at least 5 or 6 years.
Oh, I love it.
Mhm.
It was also really cute because I'd put it on one, and then other areas would just pop up like, do me, do me,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
and where
Well,
it was
it
really,
makes me wonder, how you were talking about, I hadn't thought about this, but how you're talking about your sinuses, maybe even going back and forth between inhaling between marjoram and like the
like
cypress or
this.
cedar or whatever, and trying to stimulate lymphatic movement up in the sinuses to see if it can't help eradicate the issue in the sinuses. I've never done it like that, but just you mentioning your sinuses earlier today, I'd give it a shot.
Oh, you're brilliant. I will definitely try
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Thanks so
Yeah.
much. It's been
Because that's the thing with the sinuses is part of the issue why it's so hard to treat is it doesn't have the greatest blood supply. And so like even when people have sinus infections and they take antibiotics, a lot of times they have to take 2 and 3 cycles of it because it's not because the infection is so tenacious. It's just that the effects of the antibiotics really can't impact up there too much because of poor blood, poor blood supply. And so, if you think about like the idea of rosemary verbena being helpful to that area, or sometimes when you're real mucusy and you inhale something like thyme or black pepper, part of why it works is it increases blood flow to the area.
Oh,
And
wow.
so, here you're opening, contracting, and so you're manually kind of pumping that area. And in the old days when I would do like, in my very early days, I would do different kinds of like physical manipulation to treat different health issues, a lot of positional release and things like that, kind of like slow version of chiropractic. Instead of popping, you'd like hold the person in a position for a few minutes and then let the body shift.
Wow.
And so, one of the things we used to do is I'd slap a glove on and take my finger and I'd like kind of rub the roof of their mouth to get the mucus to drain. And the idea is you're really just stimulating lymphatic movement. And then the sinuses open up and it starts to drain, and the body's ability to fight off that infection is enhanced because it's not having to fight that mucus. Like mucus is always a breeding ground for bacteria. So even if it started off as an allergy, at some point, if that mucus isn't cleared, it's going to become an infection.
Wow. Okay, so marjoram and cypress and go back and forth. And
Yeah,
also,
go back and forth. I'm curious. I mean,
yeah.
maybe it'll work, maybe it won't, but
Oh, I love
I
it.
would I
And
would give it a shot.
thank you so much. And thank you for the rosemary
Okay.
verbena. I'll be using all of that. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I love the class.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Hi again. I have a request. Could you consider making the Ginger Supreme again? I really enjoyed that.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Can we haven't put it on the site, or no, we can put it on the site, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. The other thing is more of a mental, with respect to, I think it was Teresa, or you were talking about things from the past coming up 30 years
Hmm.
ago.
Hmm.
So I have that all the time.
Hmm.
And now I no longer beat myself up. I say, it's coming up to be healed. So, in a way, these blank hole people that provoke these things from the past, they're actually angels in disguise
Yeah,
because it
I would
brings up
agree.
stuff to be
Yeah,
healed. So,
yeah,
and that helps me to apply some compassion and forbearance and harmlessness to these individuals that otherwise I would only see with one shade. Yeah,
Right. And
period.
like to go a little bit deeper on that is, you know, like when we have those old issues come up or when we consciously try to recall those situations, it's not like we're going to this part of our head where all these things are stored. What's happening is the mind is having to conjure up the memories from scratch, right? Like it's like going, okay, that happened. And so we have these neurological responses or something, and it's like, oh God, remember that time? The body goes, give me a minute and I'll remember. And then it kind of puts it all together. And so a lot of times what happens is when we're really kind of stuck in the stress part of the trauma, it always kind of looks the same. You know what I mean? But then when we kind of start processing through it, that building that memory from scratch starts to have like a greater level of depth in what you're remembering. So you're remembering like maybe more details, or you're remembering how much more it impacted you. Like if you were to like be able to put it under an energetic microscope, it would go from looking flat to having this like dimension to it. And part of us releasing things is not just like, oh, that situation, it's got to go. There is this dimensional quality to it that also has to be kind of processed. And so when you go through and look at that, it's that whole idea of being able to have that come up or consciously recall it. And the mind, goes, oh yeah, there used to be a conflict there, or there's something I need to be defensive of or protective of. And if you bring it back to vagal tone, not only are you releasing that, but whatever pattern or state or quality in the body that is associated with that, you're also healing that. So in a way, it's like you keep going deeper into whatever that issue is or that wound is, but at the same time, because there starts to be that greater level of dimension or depth in that, you also can go to a greater level of healing because of that. So even when you go, oh, this is coming up, and I go, okay, I'm bringing it to vagal tone again, the vagal tone also has a greater level of depth, and it has like a deeper level of dimension that it has to that. And so, like you said, like the demon becomes an angel. It's almost like struggling with those things and being able to be present with it and then go, okay, I got wounded there, or I got really upset there, or I got hurt there, and I can come back and I can bring it to vagal tone, and I can go through and heal that. You also can experience a greater level of peace that you wouldn't be able to experience unless you had that experience. So that level of peace is also reflected in a deeper level of development or experience of the soul. And so, like just like you said, like the mechanics of the thing that was causing my suffering, it really turns out to be an angel in disguise, you know.
Thank you for being able to relate and describe it mechanistically.
Yeah.
Um, I really appreciate over the past several months the missing piece. You have a number of words for it. Vagal tone is really the missing key or the missing part for
Yeah.
me. As
Yeah.
I've said before, a number of meaning people over, golly, decades have said, just let it go, Dennis. And I'm
Yeah.
thinking in
Yeah.
my
Like,
head,
like
you
I
think I
remember that
wouldn't
from
have
my
tried
childhood too.
that?
It's like, yeah, how do you do that? Like, whatever, And really the idea of vagal tone or intuition, or the play between vagal tone and the stress response and intuition and intellect, You're really like living a very deep piece of um you're living a deep piece of a mystical teaching that is very ethereal. But if you play those dynamics out in the body with the stress and the vagal tone and intellect and intuition, you are really living that deep piece of that mystical teaching that would be hard to teach in the ethers, but you're physically living it. And so it's having a greater impact. Yes, we're making ourselves feel better right now, but you are having a much greater impact that will echo for a very long time in the ethers or in your higher states. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Um, I the idea came to me again from the angel talk we had this week vis-a-vis a gem such as a diamond that's multifaceted
Mhm.
crystal. When I look at one facet, I can study it in much more detail than being overwhelmed with 52 facets of light.
Right.
My body, brain, etc., cannot handle it. But one
Right.
facet, yeah. Thank
It's
you.
digestible. Yeah.
Yeah, digestible.
Yeah.
Um, Last question.
Hmm.
So, my partner said, "Can you tell me about vagal tone?" And I went, "Yeah, what do you want? 5 minutes? What do you? How am I supposed to explain it to you?" So then I tried some oils on her feet, and she and the back of the head, and she went and washed them off because they were too much for her. I think I used ANS Premium and on the back of the head, and then carnation on the feet. Um, I assume that there are methodologies to transmit this knowledge, information, but how does one do it without um,
Have her just like
oils
inhale the
with
carnation or like
Spanish
marjoram.
sage?
Yeah, sage would work totally. Yeah. And then, you can say, okay, now you see how your body's feeling? That's vagal tone.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. Thanks. It's really hard because I tend to talk too much anyway. So, and then she wants me to
Yeah.
condense it, but at least she's asking. So that's
Yeah.
great progress.
Yeah. Go for you.
Thank you, Reverend
You're
Greg.
so, you're so.
Okay, let me find those shares and questions. Someone did say, thanks for the wonderful class. Gave me an overall feeling of well-being.
Good.
Thank you.
Good.
Each cycle was more soothing and resulted in less pain
Good.
after this last one.
Yeah.
Calming for the mind too.
Yeah. Yeah. I would agree.
Loved going back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry if I missed any of your shares there, guys. I was trying to keep track of everybody.
Okay. Well, I hope you guys had a good day and a good session. And I always love talking about lymphatic system and everything. Tomorrow we're going to do one of the older classes, the ORIC program. We'll do a 1 day, and I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive and talk about like how to use it a little bit like deeper, like be able to go a little bit deeper with it. And so join us if you can. And those that have had the class or did I think we opened it up to people who had done the work program year-long thing.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah, so it's kind of open to just
Yeah,
about anybody.
yeah. We had a lot of
Even if you haven't done it, if you have some of the word, programming oils, come and join us.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And next weekend is we're doing the 8 different colored states, and again, another free class. And so join us if you can.